Good afternoon and welcome to the first ever virtual Digital Transformation Week. My name is Jim Love. I'm the CIO and Chief Digital Officer at IT World Canada. And it's my pleasure to be with you today to help us kick things off. If 2020 has taught us anything, it's that when confronted with wicked problems and big challenges, we can either shrink and fade away, or we can sail straight into the winds of disruption. And we do this not foolishly or blindly, but having planned ahead and charted a course. We move forward in search of new opportunities, new ways of delivering the customer or user experience, those things that are the hallmark of transformation. The timing of our Digital Transformation Week couldn't have been better. When you consider the changes that have come rushing in worldwide, we've seen more change in a few months than in the past 5 years. Pre-COVID, it was said that the pace of change of technology was intense. Now it's in hyperdrive. Change is now unquestionably the new normal, which makes digital transformation the central current in businesses. And more businesses are finding it's the line separating the haves from the have-nots. As Digital Transformation Week is virtual, obviously things are going to look different from previous years when we had a live event. Our focus today is going to be on digital workspaces. I don't think there are many more timely topics than this one coming into the summer of 2020, with the peak of COVID infections hopefully behind us. So let's get started, shall we? Is that my end? Oh, sorry. The days of packed boardrooms, desks crammed together. What? Okay, that's weird, Andy. The days of packed boardrooms, desks crammed together, and commutes appear to be over, at least for now. In the wake of COVID-19, in the world of work, maybe one of taped off desks, staggered start times, hand sanitizing stations, and one-way corridors. In the spirit of this new normal, I hand things over to Chris Pope, Global VP Innovation ServiceNow. Chris will be our first, but not only, global presentation this week. He's speaking to us live today from his home outside of London, England, and will offer his thoughts on how you can transform the way work gets done using digital platforms. Chris will make it all just a little more real by talking about how his own organization was able to quickly pivot to a new working model. Now,
at this point, we would have Chris joining us via Zoom.
Okay.
Not here today, so we're gonna pretend like this is finishing up in 5 seconds. Jim, you're gonna start with Chris. I know I'm speaking on behalf of. Okay.
Good.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Chris, I know I'm speaking on behalf of everyone watching when I say that was super and I learned a heck of a lot. Thank you so much for your time. Next up, we have a discussion about remote working best practices from people who have lived the experience. It was recorded earlier this month and covers everything from moving an entire municipal workforce to work from home posture to the security and privacy issues that have crept up as video conferencing moves into people's homes. We're offering the highlight of the discussion today with the intent of making the fuller discussion available in the coming days. I turn it back to Chris to introduce the panel discussion and the panelists.
Thanks for the introduction, Jim, and great to be with you here today. So as we move into this new world of work and the concept of remote working, ServiceNow, the company I work for, we had to pivot overnight, like many organizations all over the world, where our comfort zone, if you will, of being in physical locations together, our employees and working directly with our customers suddenly changed. And that happened as well for you, many of you out there in the field all over the world. And I'm fortunate today to be joined by a really interesting group of panelists from different parts of the industry with quite different personas, quite different perspectives and so on. But I think what's also an interesting part of this is the surveys that have been done where 3/4 of people expect to work from home more often than they ever done before. But then likewise, on top of that, you've got a group of people who want to work from home permanently. Now, do we do that? Does the workforce support it? Does the workplace support it? As part of that conversation and those statistics, I want to talk to our panelists today, introduce themselves, and we'll sort of rumble on these different topics and different ideas and get some different ideas in terms of how it's been achieved, the benefits, the risks, the challenges, certainly from a security standpoint, a privacy standpoint, and even a productivity standpoint. So without further ado, I'm very, very pleased to have with me today, first of all, Jan Bradley. Hi, Jan. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, Chris. Happy to. My name is Jan Bradley. I'm the Chief Information Technology Officer for the City of Calgary. City is about 1.3 million citizens, going through some pretty tough economic times right now because it's in the heart of oil and gas. We had the IT group is about 465 people-ish, and we support 15,000 employees.
Now let's pivot over to Kat. Kat, can you introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Thanks, Chris. I'm Kat Code. I'm a data privacy expert. I come from an engineering background. I spent over a decade working for BlackBerry, doing a lot of software architecture and design and management. And then 7 years ago, I launched my own corporate consulting company called Binary Tattoo, where I specialize in a lot of cybersecurity education, as well as helping companies get to data privacy compliance.
Big scary word, compliance. And last but not least, Paula.
Hi, I'm Paula Allen. I'm Senior Vice President of Research, Analytics, and Innovation at Morneau Shepell. And a bit about Morneau Shepell, we provide HR services and consulting. And basically our space is to support the health and productivity of employees and the business success as a result of that. And we're also the publisher of the Mental Health Index. So a lot of perspective on how this whole change in doing work is really impacted workplace productivity.
Amazing. So great, really good, varied panel in terms of the research, the background, the practitioners, and different sort of views of it from employees to citizens as well. So as we said in the kickoff, right, we all had this amazing pivot suddenly overnight and this transition to, hey, everybody work from home. So, how did that work out for you? What happened? What changed? Will you have any surprises, etc.? So as we go through this, let's just sort of rumble around on it, see where we end up. And maybe Jan, as the CIO, the impact you saw in your organization, obviously to your business, maybe you can just talk us through that a little bit.
So as soon as we activated our emergency operations center, we were told, get everybody home. And we were given a list of essential services, like these folks go first, and then the rest of the folks. So it took us about a week to get the 600 or so essential service workers working remotely. And that meant we had to, we procured devices as quickly as we could, because not everybody worked in a way that had a surface that they could just pick up and take home. So we procured some devices, we got the software set up, we boosted our network, boosted our licensing for remote work. But it took us about a week to get the 600 or so essential service workers. We knew we had about 5,000 more folks out there we had to get to, and we didn't have that much time. So the management team and I spent a weekend sort of, as you said, pivoting and trying to figure out how do we do this quickly. And so some people already had devices. For the most part, we just enabled people to remote into their workstations. And by the end of the next week, we had moved from 2,000 or 2,200 remote workers to almost 6,000 remote workers.
Amazing what you can do when you sort of you have a compelling event, right, and a forcing function to make that work. So Paula, in your space, and obviously from a HR world as well, that's an interesting transition. How did you guys cope with that?
Well, us as an employer, we actually started from a position of an advantage. So we constantly look at the future of work, and we're also constantly looking at the things that really sort of our people value and supports their well-being. So with those two things, we knew that a flexible workplace is something that works very well for people, the ability to work anywhere at any time. Basically focusing on productivity as opposed to being in a particular place. Really what we ended up spending most of our time doing is making sure that we had the right kind of connections between teams, that when people were having meetings, they were comfortable with virtual meetings, that managers were supported in making sure that they had kept an eye out and kept conversations going if people were really struggling with this remote situation. Because even though from a logistics point of view, we were well along the path, there's a whole other point of view in terms of adapting even from a part-time remote to a full-time remote. They are two very different universes.
Yeah, exactly. No, really good point. And Kat, yourself, I think you've worked remotely for some time anyway, right? So this was just doing more of what you were probably already doing. How did that work for you?
Yeah, you're right. What I found interesting working with companies is my model, because as a parent, I changed my model to work mostly remotely so I could be available for my children. And I've been trying to work with companies for a long time that insisted that I be in the office for 3 months. They wanted a 3-month full-time advisory. And I said, you know, I can do this from home. And there was always skepticism in whether or not you could be productive from home and connect with the team from home. And it's been interesting to me over the last few months where people have been forced to do this, where they've seen that you can work with someone remotely. There are tools to do that effectively, of course. And I think it's also opening a lot of global doors for, or not even global, but just geographically wide doors for people to be able to work with people that aren't situated exactly where they are.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think from my own personal experience in that, you know, I'm busy. I used to travel a lot. They're all good things. That goes away. Yes, I've got hours back in my day and my week. But what I also found was those meetings that often, I don't know, it's hard to explain, where you'd rely on being in proximity, right? In a building near each other. You know, Thursday, 10 o'clock is the weekly team meeting or status meeting, and everyone trawls into the conference room. It's an hour long, few late stragglers getting coffee, whatever, and you kind of get through it. And that was always the mechanism, the way updates were provided. That's gone. And what I found is in my calendar, those sort of regular cadence meetings have gone, but the meetings that have sort of come back, yes, they're more ad hoc, but I find they're more valuable because people have had to figure out better ways of communicating, not being able to relying on, oh, I'll just pop by, oh, Paula's office door is open. Let me go say hi. We'll catch up for a couple of minutes, or we'll grab a coffee and we're good. So I don't know if you've noticed a difference in that sort of behavior, of meeting behavior as well, in terms of the way the cadence work, but also it's the soft skills that we often don't think about. How do you effectively communicate when you're suddenly not in the proximity of other people? So I'd be interested to get your thoughts on that as well.
So for me, what I'm finding, it really depends on your personality type. And this is, I mean, this is above and beyond technology, but there are people that don't like to be looked at. And so having Zoom meetings sometimes, right, with part of this whole Zoom fatigue thing, with having your image up there. As a speaker, what I have found is when I am speaking to a room of people, there is an energy and a feedback that you get when you're speaking with people, their facial expressions, having to deliver seminars online. And this goes again for anyone who's running a meeting that doesn't have that visual feedback. It's very difficult to talk to an empty screen.
I would totally agree with that. Yeah. I have been holding leadership meetings when it first started almost every week. And I found a very sort of formal, where they were getting updates from me. It was like a blank screen. As soon as we said, you know, okay, that's it, you know, the meeting is over, and we started having more informal conversations, people were much more comfortable turning their cameras on and being part of the conversation.
We had a very interesting experience because our company is global. And we did have that flexible workplace, and we also had a number of groups who actually did work from home full time. So the first thing is the people who are working from home full time are overjoyed because the playing field has been leveled. So there's no longer this feeling like we're at home, you know, everybody's in the office. There's like a two-level type of a situation here. Everybody is pretty much the same. And we moved very quickly from being teleconference focused to video conference focused. And that really has been helpful, because there are people that have been working together by email and telephone and have really never seen each other. So that connection is there. What's become clear though is that with the use of video counseling, with that being video communication, with that just different way, like whenever there's a change, there has to be a new norm that develops around it. And we really haven't quite developed that yet.
And I think exactly as you said, right, norms are going to come out of this in some way, shape or form. Video technology is not new to us. It's been around a long time, but this forcing function. So I think, you know, if you think about kind of the lessons learned aspect of this, what's changed, what's different. What do you feel that as you've gone on this journey and this transition, that you've learned that, like you say, they will become norms, or things that maybe you tried and maybe they didn't work quite as well as you thought they might have, and maybe you've pivoted in a different direction?
In terms of the logistics, as I said, it worked, relatively smoothly with the hard work of many. And because we had been on a path anyway, and kind of, done proof of concept in terms of work from home, it just seemed very cool, right? But there are certain people, even if they are set up to work from home, do not work from home well. And for many, it was great, and it is great. And there's no desire to go back to even a flexible workplace. The full-time work from home is really the best new norm for them. There's many who are very comfortable, and they could go for a long time, a short time, one day in the office or two. Like it's cool to go back and forth. But there was a portion of the population who just really did not adapt very well, and I think it's really important for employers to listen to that. There's a lot of talk right now about companies going fully remote, and I do think some will. I actually feel the majority will be more flexible, back and forth, because again, working from home has its benefits. Being in the office has its benefits. But our research has been absolutely clear that the flexibility back and forth on an individual basis is actually the best situation. And we're seeing, because the pendulum's swaying one way so far, I don't think I think it's going to settle somewhere in the middle.
And Kat, right, you've made this transition way before everybody else. You're one of the original cool cats, right? Quite literally. What did you learn, or what have you, I guess, over those years, what have you changed about the way you work remote from your lessons learned in terms of your style, your energy levels, those type of things?
Well, from a human perspective, it's a skill set to work from home. It is a skill set often to self-motivate and ensure that you're working when no one else is watching and no one else is there. Running my own company, I probably put higher standards and pressure on myself than I would have. But I know what is difficult about working from home is running a team. So when I have had people working for me, I've had to meet with them weekly just to ensure that they're on the right track or doing the right thing. It is very difficult because I used to manage large teams. It's very difficult to set up a culture remotely. So when we talk about taking existing teams and cultures and then taking them remote, you already have some kind of relationship and basis with the people you're working with, but having to develop that remotely is a challenge. From the tech perspective, wearing my privacy hat, people take for granted the amount of things that a company has put in place for them from a privacy side, right? From firewalls to safe routers to updated software. And then even the fact that we have work etiquette that hasn't translated to home. So when you are in an office and you go to a meeting in a meeting room, I cannot imagine someone taking out their camera and taking a photo of that meeting and then going home and putting it on Facebook. And yet here we are, every day I see someone else's screen capture of their corporate meeting with all the names and faces of everyone they work with. And so I think what I've seen from this side is people are not translating that etiquette. So the privacy etiquette of being inside the office walls to being, hey, I'm in my own home anyway, hasn't translated yet.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point.
Yeah, and the privacy aspect is something, we have a chief privacy officer who's also our city clerk, and she's been really good about reminding us all the way through this that, just because we're in a pandemic does not mean that we need to, or that we should be compromising privacy. Even if somebody doesn't want us to look into their home, we need to be respectful of that, right? Because there are people who, I ask some of my peers, and there are people who feel judged if you look into my home. So, the right. Privacy element is a really important piece of this, particularly because of the nature of this event. If somebody is ill, that's a privacy issue. We are not entitled to know that, yet we still have to manage the workspace that that person may have been in.
So I'll sort of add to that as well, because I mean, just reminding everybody, I mean, it's hard to forget, but the reason why we're doing all of this is because we are in a pandemic. And, you know, whenever you have any sort of a crisis situation, whenever you have a response to a crisis situation, what's important and what's not important becomes so crystal clear. What we found is that the mental health of working Canadians declined dramatically as a result of the during the time of the pandemic, that we see as the result of the pandemic, like quite significantly. Anxiety, depression, sense of isolation, optimism, and even work productivity. And what was interesting about that is that it's not so much that people aren't putting the output, but doing the output is harder. You know, it's harder to keep, you know, be concentrating. It's harder to keep focused. So all of these are very real issues. So you have that as a backdrop. You have a group in need. With that kind of sense of, you know, I guess chaos, if you want to put it that way, we're actually seeing what's important, you know, showing people that they are valued as individuals, recognizing people as whole people, as opposed to just, you know, the sliver of them that you actually see in the workplace, making sure that the supports that you have available, your typical supports, your benefits, all of those have had to go in a digital format. And because they're digital, you have to communicate a lot more to make people feel that they are there, that they don't have to put their needs on hold, but also feel comfortable using them. Because I don't think that we're going back to the way that we were before. I think this has been a moment in time where we've realized an amount of capacity. We've realized the value of remote work. We realize that there's some challenges. And, you know, organizations are talking about different ways of interfacing with their people right now. Everybody's probably heard about Facebook and a lot of the tech companies. Anybody can work from home. You know, our employment relationship is going to change. Your salary might change. Like a whole bunch of things are changing.
Yeah.
So so the good news around that is that I've heard that more than ever before, employers really paying attention to the needs of their people and not taking that for granted. Because at the end of the day, how you set up at home, how you provide the tech, how you communicate, what resources you have to offer, your only success measure is your people being healthy and productive and engaged.
And I think, you know, if we go back to that human element as well, right, working remotely and so on, it's not productive to sit in front of a screen for 8 days. And it's not realistic either. You know, so I know I would go stir crazy. I get up, I walk around, I do different things. And Kat, as someone that, you know, I'm going to call on you as our work from home professional at this point. You know, how do you deal with that? What would you recommend in that scenario? You know, taking breaks is an obvious one, but do you change it up? Do you get about? Do you go and take a call somewhere else? You know, what great advice can you give us?
I think from a work from home perspective, we have to remind ourselves that the average office worker, and you've said this, Chris, doesn't get 8 hours of work done in a day, right? You are not working for 8 hours. You are walking from meeting room to meeting room. You might be sitting in meetings all day. There was a point before I worked at BlackBerry and before I left, I had 75 people. And I will tell you, from 9 to 5, I did none of my own work, right? It was all handling other people's issues, attending meetings. And then at 5 o'clock, when everyone else had gone home, then I would attend to my email and get everything else done. So, but in that 8 hours, I was not looking at computer screens. I was engaging with people. I was feeding that part of what I needed. So I think setting even the standard for yourself to say, I'm not going to spend 8 hours. I'm going to spend a solid 3 hours behind my computer today, and make sure, you know, after 3 hours, we talk about screen time always for kids. It's really funny, right? We're always trying to limit screen time for kids, and no one ever talks about limiting the screen time for adults. So here we are going from working behind a computer to binging Netflix to playing games, whatever your stress relief is, and no one is talking about that screen time.
Let's hope no kids watch this and start checking up on our screen time. We're in big trouble. The other side of this that we haven't really talked about is the generational aspect, right, of where you work. You know, that traditional office building, real estate, you commute, you do whatever. This new population, if you will, or new generation that's coming into the workforce. basically didn't know anything prior to the internet or a mobile device. So why can't I work on a tablet or whatever it is that I need? Why do I physically need to be in a building? So it'd be interesting to know if you've seen any shift in that, in terms of, is there any difference generationally that you've seen in the workforce of those that are better at it, maybe rely on more that face-to-face, as you said, or it's fine, I'm okay, I'm a solo operator, I can amuse myself, if you will?
Well, we've actually seen a bit of a paradox to what one might expect. So, growing up with tech doesn't necessarily mean that you want tech all the time. You might default to that. But we've actually seen the people who are most anxious to go back to the workplace are the younger employees. And when you think about it, it does make some sense. There is that social contact. This is where you meet people. This is where you have your friends. This is where you might meet your partner. This is where you have the FaceTime that gets you that a sense of recognition, the ability to easily get mentoring or just drop by at people's offices. So all of that, when you're in the early part of your career, we are finding that age group is craving it.
Yeah, that's great. Really good point. So we're almost out of time. So from me, I want to say a huge thank you to you all. Lots of great conversation. I think we could go on for hours and hours, and Kat could probably scare the life out of us from a privacy and a security standpoint. Maybe that's a topic for another day. But Paula, Jan, and Kat, of course, massive thank you for taking the time, spending it with us today. My name is Chris Pope from ServiceNow. Thank you for your time, and I'd like to hand you back to Jim.
Go, Jim. Jim, you're frozen.
Oh, okay, I'm on? Okay, didn't get a signal. So, anyone who knows me well or has attended one of the hundreds of webinars I've moderated over the years know I'm very big on quizzes and surveys. Well, today I strike again, this time with a quick five-question quiz about what CIOs are doing and when it comes to digital workspaces in this new normal. Participating in our quiz is easy. The question will appear on the right-hand side of the screen just below the Jumbotron, the big, I can't say Jumbotron. Choose the answer you think is correct, and then you can compare your responses against everyone in the audience as they appear live. Now, a cookie policy notification may appear in advance of the first question. Accept it, it will not appear again. Let's begin. Are you ready for the DX quiz? Here's your four answers. Perhaps, maybe, absolutely, I'll never be ready. So pick one of those and we'll do this. So just jump in there, click on it, and away you go. I think we should be ready for the answers coming up in any minute now in there. So I'm going to have to get some sort of idea from the control room of how well the things are coming in because I can't see anything here. So I'll be talking through this, I presume. What's going on? We need to stop because I can't. I'm lost.
You should see results on the screen.
I can't hear you, man.
You should see results on the Zoom, Jim.
Okay. What am I supposed to do?
You get something.
Okay, so perhaps, maybe. Okay, so perhaps is 50%. Maybe's there. Absolutely, 25%. I'll never be ready. 25%. So there you go. Okay, so ready for the next one? Okay. What's the one thing that CIOs told us contributed most to work at home productivity? Was it faster internet? Was it ergonomic chairs? Was it collaboration tools? Or was it Uber Eats? So Uber Eats, collaboration tools, ergonomic chairs, faster internets. Okay, so we're gonna go, we'll maybe if I hum the tune to Jeopardy. There we go, well, the answers are up there. Oh, they're coming up, good. In there, ergonomic chairs, 50%. Okay, so, oh, yeah, 75% of you guys have seen this answer before. but it is actually true. It is ergonomic chairs. It was one of the things that we moved people physically to home, but we didn't actually make it. We had a lot of sore backs, I guess. Ready for another question? Question 3 in here. Or second question in there. In recent roundtables held across Canada, what percentage of CIOs said they'd expect more than half their employees will continue to work from home after the pandemic? This could be an interesting one. So what did you think it was in there? Is it 25%? Is it 40%? Is it 55%? Or is it 100%? Now, this is from our CIO census in there. So take your best guess in there, and we'll give you a second in there. Okay, great. You see the numbers coming in. Fabulous. Okay, so we'll cut it off here. Okay, 40%. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're all going to be great CIOs because you agree with the CIOs out there. 40% in there. I have seen estimates as high as 55% in there, but 40% seems to be the number that picked by our CIOs across Canada. Time for another question? Let's do one more in here. In the same sessions, what did CIOs see as the biggest challenge we'll have as we're working towards the new normal? The biggest challenge we'll have working to the new normal. Is it culture change? Is it budget restraint? Is it security? Or is it whether their pants will fit? And I don't know. Well, I'm not going to skew this vote, but I'm trying to get. Yeah, I've talked to a lot of people over this thing. But in all seriousness, yeah, everybody thinks it's security. In there, for the most part, 60% of you think security, and the big number, no, culture change. And this was an amazing thing as we went through these results in there. Security, yes, is important, but the technical pieces of this we've got a handle on. It's the cultural change that is the biggest challenge according to most CIOs. Another question in here. What did CIOs say was the best way to deal with the impact of isolation on work from home employees? How did you do that? An always open bridge for employee chat, daily Zoom meetings, or all of the above? And this is an interesting thing. This idea, it's amazing. We stay connected all day, but are we really connected? That feeling of isolation is very real in there. So let's take that as we see the answers coming in. Okay, so virtual happy hours. I appreciate your honesty, and I must say that I get the sentiment. But the real answer is all of the above. And it wasn't just enough to have Zoom meetings, and the parties and the ideas, the creative ideas were great. But having that always open confirmation or consultation or conversation, there's the word I was looking for, is probably as important. All of the above. So the answer was it's a multiplicity of things that are happening. Okay, final question. You've been doing great. Your CIO award will be coming in the mail, email, of course. Final question. Going forward, CIOs said they believe the work from home experience they offer will be more technology driven, monitored more closely by management, or a differentiator to attract and retain talent, or D, and I have no idea what this means, but it's a great answer nonetheless, Zoom-tastic. Okay, so going forward, the CIOs said they believe the work from home experience they offer will be more technology driven in there. No? We got all those answers in there? You're all stupid, really stupid. The answer is C. What's wrong with you? Okay, there we go. So that's our quiz. Maybe I shouldn't have gone crazy at the end of it in there. But just like that, it's over for us to hand out our first Digital Transformation Award of 2020. We started this program 4 years ago to spotlight the key innovators in our industry. And to our great pleasure, you have reacted favorably to the program, and it's been growing ever since. Now, even with the upheaval that's happening in the world, we received an incredible number of award nominations, which is a huge tell of an industry that is strong and vibrant. Our judging panel for 2020 is a stellar one, both in experience and knowledge. We have the past president of the CIO Association of Canada, Gary Davenport, IDC General Manager and Group Vice President Lars Goranson, Tandit VP Information Security, no, that's not it. Corey Cox, in there. And also on the judging panel, we have the CDSPI board member, Helen Politaiko, the WSIB Chief Technology and Innovation Officer, Samantha Licio, and at last but not least, IDC ex officio Group VP and Executive Advisor, Joe Pucciarelli. And on behalf of the audience and the team at ITWC, thank you. Tanda is not, that's not Carrie's title, I don't think. Okay. Envisioning and then pulling off digital transformation in a large public sector organization is no easy task. Governments, as a rule, are subjected to intense scrutiny on any major investment they make or any project they pursue. Municipal entities, in particular, face the arduous task of harmonizing the plans they have for smart cities with an ongoing demand to provide residents with the basic day-to-day services they need. And here's Martin Harris, an account executive with ServiceNow, to present the Digital Transformation Award for the large public sector.
Thanks, Jim. My name is Martin Harris. I'm with ServiceNow, and I'm delighted to present the 2020 Digital Transformation Award in the large public sector category. Looking at the nominations ITWC received for the 2020 awards makes it clear that this sector is leading the charge in digital transformation. The nominated projects show DX as being widely embraced by public sector organizations in all parts of the country. Among the projects tackled are digitization of paper-driven processes, new applications that change the way organizations communicate internally and externally, moving to the cloud, improving security, the expansion of telehealth services, and many more. The category attracted more nominations than any other, and the finalists announced a few weeks ago are Saskatchewan Government Insurance, City of Brantford, Workplace Safety Insurance Board, City of Toronto, Halton Healthcare, Université du Québec à Montréal, Defence Construction Canada, Toronto Catholic School Board, and Centre for Addiction and Mental Health. Our winner this afternoon is an organization that Infrastructure Ontario describes as the benchmark for digital transformation. With patient-centered technologies such as interactive bedside terminals and a wireless network of clinical devices that inspire other medical facilities to rethink the traditional approach. I'm pleased to announce Halton Healthcare as the winner of the 2020 Digital Transformation Award for the large public sector category. Let's roll the video to see what their transformation story is all about.
With the population in Oakville, Milton, and Georgetown more than doubling from 275,000 in 2006, Halton Healthcare needed more than extra real estate to serve the needs of its communities. A $3.36 billion investment resulted in a new smart hospital in Oakville. That also meant a 330,000 square foot expansion in Milton and a completely renovated emergency and diagnostic imaging department in Georgetown. It's an impressive feat, but it doesn't mean the process is over, says the Healthcare Center's CIO, Sandy Sager.
You really can't think about digital transformation as one and done. We really knew and understood that in these ever-changing times, it was going to be digital transformation that was going to happen both often, and it had to be meaningful.
Halton has won some shiny hardware in recent years for its modernization efforts, but Sager says the latest developments have been significant. It made the decision to apply for this year's awards an easy one.
When we won the Ingenious Award, it was really focused on foundationally building smart hospitals. Now we're in the midst of our current digital transformation, which is really focused around modernizing our electronic medical records system, then adding in advanced clinical functionality.
But it's not enough just to have technology that helps with quality of care and patient safety. Frontline workers must be directly involved with the rollout of any new infrastructure, says Sager. Enter Dr. Alan Lee, Halton's Medical Chief Information Officer.
The goal of all this digital transformation is about providing a frictionless healthcare experience. We're able to put these alerts and all these signals that come to the nurses into a single device. That allows them to go out into the patient's room, continue to interact with them, and not be tied to a desk where they have to monitor the patient.
Physicians also need to be mobile, which is why Halton introduced a single sign-on and persistent computing solution. On a typical day, a physician will sign into 15 to 20 computers while working across 4 or 5 different apps. The single sign-on solution allows physicians to be more mobile and look after their patients in different areas.
The user taps in with their access card. You're presented with your existing computer session, and all your favorite tools that you have are right where you left it. You know, it saves us time, that's one thing, but more importantly, it allows us to keep thinking about the patient, keep our focus on the clinical question rather than how do I log into this application? What was my username? What's my password? Last time we looked at this, we have 150,000 login a week. And that's the number of times you have spared the physician from being interrupted for the sake of using technology.
And if you're wondering if all this transformation was worth it, don't. It obviously was. The enhanced alarm propagation, for example, has improved patient safety and decreased costs by over $600,000 per year. Halton Healthcare also experienced a 50% increase in patient satisfaction rates regarding nurse response times. A big congratulations to Halton Healthcare for winning this year's Digital Transformation Award for the large public sector category.
I'd like to thank the senior leadership team and the board for their overall vision. We'd like to thank management and physician leadership for their ongoing support around digital transformation. Thank you to the IT team for their remarkable work over the years. And of course, our frontline staff, physicians, and volunteers. We constantly get input from to help prioritize and drive our work, and who also use these digital tools every single day to help support our vision of exemplary patient experiences always.
Go, Jim.
And that concludes day one of Digital Transformation Week. Tomorrow, of course, we have a lot of important ground to cover as we continue to plumb the depths and scale the heights of AI, artificial intelligence. We're going to get a lot out of tomorrow, including the things business leaders need to understand before implementing artificial intelligence. And along the way, we'll have another award presentation. Tomorrow, it'll be the Artificial Intelligence Fueled Transformation and Small Private Sector Awards. So thank you to you, the audience. Thank you to our sponsors, ServiceNow, CyberArk, SailPoint, OutSystems, and CompuGen. And speaking of CompuGen, I'd like to encourage all of you to hit their breakout room to continue the discussion of remote working practices. I'm headed there now, and I'd love you to join me. I know it'll be worth your time, and I'm looking forward to a chat with you. So thank you to everybody out there for your time and your interest. Meet me in the CompuGen room after this, and for the rest of you, we'll
Go. Jim, start talking.
Okay. I'm lost as to what I'm doing. Sorry. I'm clapping and talking.
Yep. Let's begin. Question 1.
Okay.
What's the one thing?
Okay. Let's begin. Question 1. Now, what's the one thing that CIOs told us contributed the most to work from? My iPad's not changing.
That happens 30 seconds later.
Okay.
It's not real time, it's live. Live is 30 seconds later. That's what I need you to see.
Yeah.
So don't worry about the iPad. We need the question. Go back. Sorry, just a second. Leonard, go back.
Okay.
Stay right there. Set your timer to 25 seconds again. Okay, don't do anything. Yeah, don't worry. Don't do anything yet. Jim, you're going to be talking and just get started. You will see a 30-second lapse before things happen on the iPad. The iPad is not real time. It is delayed by 30 seconds. That's how we ensure quality.
I'll do this, but could I suggest that for the quiz, that is it, and this question, can I ask this there, that we just switch to some transition music and a slide, and now for something completely different. We run some music, we shift to live, we drop the delay to 0. We do the quiz, then we pull that back up and we go back into regular mode. Can that be done?
You want to see the real-time simulation on your iPad, so you want me to drop
No,
it?
I'm just saying if our problem is video quality in there
and buffering and the signal dropping.
So because there's going to be a video picture of me, but I'm just saying if all we're seeing is the quiz, is that easy? No,
it's
okay.
Still video. No, it is still. Okay. It's still video pushed out of us.
Okay. Okay. So let's try it.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to clap, then I'm going to start talking.
Yep.
Okay.
And our goal is you see the clap and quiz popping up onto question 1 at the same time, or close to the same time on the iPad. Okay?
Okay. Question 1. What's the one thing that CIOs told us contributed most to work at home productivity? Was it faster internet, ergonomic chairs, collaboration tools, or Uber Eats? And we'll let you take some time in there to answer that. We'll see what you come up with. Just talking. Okay, so I saw one refresh on my iPad in there, but I'm still not seeing any answers. So we'll keep talking, and I'll keep talking till I see some answers, and I'll make some patter through this thing in there. But that's going to, I have no idea what. So I'm talking, and we still don't see any answers on the iPad, and I'm still waiting, but I will see it soon. I hope. Maybe here we go. No, nothing. I can't see.
So on your iPad, what you would have seen, because I was watching here as well, the slide switched over to the question so that people see it.
Yeah.
Your video caught up and the question showed up. It was off by about 2 to 3 seconds, but it wasn't 30 seconds.
Okay.
When you're in studio, what you'll see is an actual monitor of live versus what's happening, and it'll all make sense. But you won't have this issue when you're in studio.
Yeah, and we won't be showing the people's answers. Like, we're just going to be showing Jim. Because we can fix Jim, we can't fix the live answers.
Yeah, like I could make it only show Jim live, which you'll see come up on the iPad in a few seconds. Got a few in about 30.
Yeah. And then he's talking and the questions are showing up for the people and his results are live. So he's got to work with that delay a little bit, but that becomes less jarring because you're not seeing the different things on the same screen.
We're not going to show them the results?
We
Jeff,
can't. The results are
no,
30
Jeff,
seconds in the future.
I need you to stop. So don't worry about that. The disconnect right now, Jim, is you seeing results live so that you can talk and what people see. For you, the speaker, the results appear in Zoom. We're sharing that screen. It's on right now. What the audience seeing right now is you with the lower third. For the day of, I'll have them see the quiz results. The timing when we did this just now was off by 2 seconds, not 30. There's timing changes we did here with like hour cues so that everything worked. It's not going to be relevant to you as you're doing this. My role is to make sure that like everything pushes out at correct times. So what I'm doing on 3 systems is at different times so that the live shot appears live.
Okay. Can we try that once? You record it on your side and then send me what it looks like?
Sure. Just a second. Actually, Des, do me a favor. Can you unmute so I know you heard me? Des?
She might have actually seriously gotten up to go to the bathroom.
Or James, are you there?
Yep.
Okay. If you could do me a favor, if you have the DX Live page open.
Yep.
Take your phone and just record what's on screen.
I can record in QuickTime as well if you want.
Yep, that's fine. That's perfectly fine.
Do you want me to record it? Okay.
Yep.
So, okay. So,
productivity? Faster internet, ergonomic chairs, collaboration tools, or Uber Eats? So we'll give you a second to put that in there. And yep, I think you're getting it. The answer is ergonomic chairs. No, can't. Okay, I've got to keep talking longer than that. Okay, so I'm going to need to talk for at least 20 more seconds in this thing before the results start.
You don't have, yeah, so you should be speaking to the results now. So you should be seeing that. I clicked on faster internet.
But I need more patter till the results appear. Let's try the next question in there.
Sure.
So when we're done this one,
I need you not to do anything yet.
We'll try the next question.
Okay, so just when you're ready, just dive in.
So our second question. In recent roundtables held across Canada, we're going to ask you what percentage of CIOs said they expect more than half their employees.
Hold on, Jim, I need a visual cue so I know, just because we're not in the same room. Just wave and then start talking about the second question.
Okay, so yep. So second question. Okay. Second question. In recent roundtables held across Canada, what percentage of CIOs said they expect more than half of their employees will continue to work from home after the pandemic? Was it 25%, 40%, 55%, or 100%? And as well, even split in there. So 40% is the actual answer in there, and about half of you got that right. So that's that question. Why don't we try another, and we'll move on to another question here.
Okay, so Jim, do me a favor, move to your right a bit. A little bit more. Okay, all right, so wave and do question 3, and we'll put.
So, third question. In the same sessions, what did CIOs see as the biggest challenge as we look to working in the new normal? Was it culture change, budget restraint, security, or whether their pants will fit? And okay, and we got the correct answer, whether their pants will fit. Actually, that's not the correct answer. The correct answer is, of course, cultural change. That's one of the key things that we keep
with this one. How was question 3?
They're not numbered. Oh, this is.
Oh, never mind. You'll see it on the recording afterwards. So
yeah, this is
question 3 is the one where the timing's tighter.
Okay, which is
in the same session, what did CIO see as the biggest challenge as we look?
What I just did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do the next one so we can wave and then.
Okay, wave and next question. What did CIOs say is the best way to deal with the impact of isolation on work-at-home employees? Was it virtual happy hours, an always open bridge for employee chat, daily Zoom meetings, or was it all of the above in there? And wait for the answers to come in now. And if you got all of the above, then you got the correct answer in there. All of these things are important in there, and I'm going to actually have to figure out how much time I've got for patter in those. So next question, are we ready?
Yep, go for it.
Final question. Going forward, the CIOs said they believe the work from home experience they offer will be more technology driven, monitored more closely by management, a differentiator to attract and retain talent, or, and I have no idea this means, but it's Zoom-tastic. And so you start to go, okay, you get your answers in there and coming up. And yeah, if you answered a differentiator to attract and retain talent, then you got the right answer. And that's our quiz. Thanks for participating, and it's been fun. And just like that, it's time for us to hand out our first Digital Transformation Award of 2020. And I guess we can cut here.
Yeah, we can cut here. James, you can stop the recording. And just if you can shoot that to Jim and I, will be
Yeah,
good.
we'll take a look at what we see in there. So you're, from the glance of it, you're staying pretty close there. It's just a question of what I change my pattern to be so that it becomes, so it's not relevant to the exact timing, perhaps. Let me see.
No, so when you're here on Monday, you just follow the script.
Okay.
You don't do anything different.
Okay.
You just
But I can very easily say next question so that you've got time to, like, there's no, we don't have to futz with sort of like, you know, some sort of like we pull my hand and touches. We could have one thing that I say.
Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. We'll be able to hear you and hear live when you're here. I can't
Okay.
do that now because feedback will absolutely happen.
Yep. Okay.
That's the reason I'm not doing that now.
Great. So we think we got this cracked. We got a recording.
Jeff, actually, Jeff, just a thing for you. It keeps going to a different feed when you're stopping the quiz. So that's a thing which you have to figure out. If you look at the DX Live site, this happened. Sophia, Des, and James saw the same thing.
Sorry, I don't know what it is.
All right. See that? When you stop the quiz, it goes to this. This is the recording that's probably in my YouTube feed that we last did.
Yeah, that's a live stream though. That doesn't have anything. Oh, actually.
Yeah, so on the YouTube stream though, everything's live as it's supposed to.
Live stream though. That doesn't have anything. Oh, actually.
Yeah, so on the YouTube stream though, everything's live as it's supposed to.
Live stream though. That's the oh shit. I was working on that last night. But yeah, that's my fault.
That's true. Okay. We have a just in case everything breaks script.
Yeah, it's because YouTube, if the stream drops, the video ID changes when we restart it, and we need to be able to force it to play a different video when if that happens, so people don't have to refresh. It'll just cut over. But essentially, right now in my message script, it's sending a different.
Okay. Yeah. So
script.
let's
That
not.
happened earlier too.
Yep. So if you can make sure that doesn't happen when we dive into day 2.
Yep. Done.
We'll do that script testing afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay. On to day 2. Any issues on day 1 because we focused on the quiz the entire time?
Doesn't have anything. Oh, actually.
We went through some, so I think we're good. I've sent you an updated slide. I've replaced it in your drive.
Or there's feedback from somebody.
Oh. Can you hear me now?
Oh shit. I was working.
Oh, somebody's got the live stream open.
Yeah. James, thanks for doing that recording.
Now, so 2 problems. One is I forgot I was listening on earbuds, so there's no sound 4 minutes, which is unfortunate. And then I lost the feed. So I lost the feed totally.
Okay, so we'll do day 2. That recording's going up to
last night. Yeah, that's my fault.
That's true. Okay. We have a just in case everything breaks script. So the audio that's happening right now is stuff I said like 5 minutes ago. Somebody has yeah, there's a Chrome tab open or live stream open somewhere with somebody.
Let me check probably me. Right.
You want me to exit me?
No, it's probably me in there.
Or I just discovered time travel, and I'm hoping.
No, I don't. Well, if you did, then let's get out of this.
Your support does.
We could go back and buy some Apple stock and just give up. But I think it was me. I think I was.
Is this all of it? Tuesday. All of it? Yeah. both of the Tuesdays. If you give me this back, I'll copy Wednesday and Thursday afterwards. Okay, I need a bio break. While everyone gets queued up, Jeff, if you got your script sorted out, we should be good. Mark, I'm switching the scene collection. Do I do day 2 or day 2.1?
Am I still going down?
Go, Jim.
Okay. Welcome to day 2 of DX Week. Thanks for joining us today. Today's focus is artificial intelligence, AI. We're now years into what some have called an AI revolution, but there remains a considerable gap between the promise of AI and the practical realities of its use and its usefulness in business. While many have been trumpeting the AI's capabilities for years, for most companies, the benefits remain theoretical. Adoption rates detailed in a recent Kinsey report show that only 20 to 30% of organizations say they are implementing AI in some form. A KPMG survey of 30 of the global 500 companies found that although 30% of respondents reported using AI for a selective range of functions, a mere 17% said they're deploying it at scale. This is the key. The line between leveraging artificial intelligence and thus enjoying the benefits of this so-called revolution and dabbling in it. The plain truth is that for most organizations, there are as many questions around AI as answers. And I appreciate AI as one of the focuses during Digital Transformation Week. It may not be top of mind issue for many business leaders, but as we're going to hear from our experts today, maybe it should be. I'm excited to announce that we have Dr. Anand Medapalli, Head of Solutions for Element AI, to offer our opening address. Now, Element AI is a global developer of artificial intelligence AI solutions and software based in Montreal. As head of solutions, it's his responsibility to deliver AI solutions to the supply chain and financial sectors.
My name is Anand Medapalli. I am the Global Head of Solutions at Element AI, a Montreal-based company. We are an AI company, an AI-first company. I'm based out of the London office, and I'm delighted to be here today. Thank you, IT World Canada, for giving me the opportunity to have this conversation with your audience. This is a Zoom session, so I'll try to keep it short. I'll hopefully keep you engaged, and I will wrap up with what I'm here to talk about at the end. But the key reason I'm here is to talk about understanding the at least 5 things that you need to know as you embark upon your AI journey. A lot of the ideas that I'm going to talk about and present today are not new, and that just came about in the last couple of days. We've been mulling about these things, about what is important for companies and organizations, and particularly leaders such as yourselves, whether you're business or IT leaders, to be able to think through as you embrace and implement AI in your organization. What is interesting, though, is one of the talks subsequently in this conference is, and I paraphrase it, it's titled something like COVID-19 is a time machine that has transported us to 2030. Point being that we woke up one day about 3 months ago and realized that the world has changed, and a lot of things that we thought would come in good time are here already. Who would have thought that it is possible to stay home, never leave home, work with your colleagues, work with your customers, heck, have this conversation with a huge audience like this, which till last year we were doing in person. So therefore, times have changed, and along with it, what we do, how we do it has all changed. And AI has suddenly found itself in a new spotlight. But it's an interesting spotlight that it's found itself in. Now, if you think about a warehouse manager, for instance, who's managing the supply chain, perhaps that warehouse manager, she was dreaming about, when she thought about AI, she was thinking about, oh, when the driverless truck is going to come, it's going to be so much simpler for me to make sure that the goods from this warehouse go to the store or to someone's house easily. That hasn't quite panned out. The back to the future image that we had about AI being this exciting thing that's going to do things that we only saw on the silver screen is not yet quite panned out yet. What has happened is the boring problems that we thought, oh, we have solutions for, we don't have to worry about, have suddenly become the most important ones. That very warehouse manager now suddenly wants to manage cash flow. And what better way to manage cash flow than to be able to process their bill of ladings or their invoices in a much faster way. Humanly, it's not possible to do that very fast, but now AI exists that can actually expedite that processing and give that warehouse manager a leg up in managing the cash flow. Same goes for let's say, a banking analyst or an analyst in a bank who is supposed to predict how much savings will there be, etc. The existing algorithms that existed still do a decent job, but in this pandemic-ridden thing where new customers are trying to get into banks because that's the only source of possible credit and income for them, there's no way to predict anything, and suddenly that boring forecasting problem that has been solved for over 40 plus years with different kinds of approaches has suddenly found itself in the limelight. So the transition has taken place. We have transported ourselves from 2020 to 2030, again to refer to that talk. But in terms of solving the problems that we have to solve, we are finding ourselves solving problems of yesterday. Boring AI is what I call it, but the AI has become the most important AI to talk about. So that's what I'm here to talk about, and the 5 things that we need to understand it. So let's dive in. The first one that we all need to understand is that AI software and AI solutions are not your traditional software solutions, where rules-based approaches were implemented. I mean, even if you think about the most sophisticated forecasting algorithm, the best statistical algorithm that you can think of, at the end of the day, the sophistication was about looking at your past data, analyzing it, and that's where all the smarts went. And once you analyzed it, you said, okay, those patterns are going to repeat themselves into the future. All I need to do is to give it new data and apply the same rules or same patterns, and out comes forecast. Worked for most part. People had to really interact with the system to make it look better. But now think about what has happened. With the pandemic, with other things, such disruption has taken place that past data is irrelevant. Very limited amount of data is in our hands, and we have to use that and use that as a signal, a weak signal, to amplify what is likely to happen in the next 2-3 months, etc. So therefore, the challenge about AI is that the challenge that AI will solve is that the rules-based approaches are not going to work, which means that we need the capability of a system to learn on its own. Give it new data, it will learn. So therefore, the paradigm shift is from traditional rules-based approaches to a learning system. This is nothing new to you. All of you know, when you think about AI, you know that the system learns. But what is important is, can the system learn and be predictable? Because, I mean, to give you an example, you heard about Walmart. They have robots walking up and down their aisles, looking at the inventory on the shelves. Let's say they have Coca-Cola cans or Pepsi cans on their aisle. If Coca-Cola decides to change the branding on their cans and puts those new cans in, can this AI or can this model, as this robot, as it's walking up and down, recognize that it is still Coca-Cola, or will it trip up? So the evolution for AI now is not just about the fact that it's a learning system, but it's a system that knows how to learn. So you now train an AI system to learn, so that presented with new data, because it knows how to learn like a child does, it will actually pick up. And the word intelligence of artificial intelligence starts becoming clearer as to why that is referred to as that. The point about this is that AI software is different from traditional software. It requires constant learning, constant nurturing, and looking after. So therefore, traditional ways of deploying the software is not going to work. Number one. Number two, the business and the IT and different business units within the organization cannot work in silos. AI works best when there is a single source of truth. So in that sense, it's a big leveler and breaks down the silos, because if you're in a marketing department and you're thinking about your customer and thinking about promotions to that customer, and you're a pricing manager thinking about the same customer and thinking about how to price your product, if you both are thinking about the same customer, why don't you merge the two into one conversation? You don't, because you're in different silos, but AI requires that to happen. So therefore, the coming together of organization has to be top of mind. What does that mean? The conversation about AI isn't a point in one area of the business anymore. It's about you leaders talking with each other and making sure that it is a cross business unit function that happens. IT has a seat at the table. Why? AI relies on millions and millions of calculations in seconds. For that, the right compute capability has to be in place from the get-go. CPUs may not work. Specialized processors like graphical processing units or GPUs may be required. All that needs to be done in tandem. And finally, the big issue with AI is the fact that once you put the system into place, as I mentioned earlier on, it learns from new data, and you want to make sure that learnings don't take it off the path that it's supposed to be. You want to make sure that bias doesn't creep in, that fairness is not compromised. If you are a bank and you are approving credit applications, you want to make sure that there is fairness involved in it, and the AI somehow has not learned something terrible that it started to discriminate against some applicants without even realizing about it. Which means that when a system goes into operations or into production, you need constant monitoring to happen. That constant monitoring cannot be a human activity. It's the ecosystem. The system itself, end-to-end, has an AI kernel in it, but has this end-to-end capability to make sure that new data comes in, the AI is trained on it automatically, and then when it moves into production or it's starting to actually work in your operations, it is monitored, and if any drift happens in that, you are alerted so that the business user can do something about it. The book on AI is not written yet. The AI technology itself is evolving. I'll give you a simple example. Well, if you talk to any scientist or anybody in the asset management or capital markets or banking industry, their big job is to read these reports that come out, read the 10Ks that companies publish at all times, read scientific journals, and then summarize that in their heads, and then go to their real work, which is to make a decision about what to do next. What if that text summarization could be done by AI? And guess what? An algorithm efficiently doing that didn't exist till about a year plus ago. We at Element AI are super proud of the fact that we were able to contribute to that research, but the fact remains that AI is constantly evolving. What is the implication for you as a leader? As you identify the AI to use to solve a specific use case as the first thing that you do, you adopt it, you train it, you test it, and you move it into production, it's quite possible that the algorithm is already obsolete and a new algorithm has come in which is better at it. The implication for you is that while you focus on implementing AI with the mindset change in the organization, a cross-functional approach, you need to rely on partners maybe such as us or others who actually focus on making sure that the AI kernel is always up to date. So Element AI was founded with that fundamental principle, that AI journey is going to be constantly moving and constantly evolving, at least for the next several years, if not decades. So the way we are structured is that the first thing we did was we have about 200 plus AI researchers, PhDs, who actually all they do is fundamental research on it. Then there are scientists and applied scientists who take that and check the feasibility of the academic finding that the fundamental research team has done. And then I sit on top of those shoulders and to bring in those solutions and actually have this conversation with you to say that let's implement that particular idea to solve that particular use case for you, and be rest assured that as you move into production, our research teams are going to continue to evolve that AI kernel and will be always constantly updated. So because the book on AI is not written, you do again need a village extended with partners like us to be able to keep you on that journey in a productive manner. And this is also a very important point, is that there are internet memes about it. I don't want to go into that, but you can imagine what it is when everybody says, a lot of organizations say they have embarked on AI. Part of the reason they say they are embarked on AI is because they don't want to be seen as laggards. And everybody says they're doing it well, but nobody's really doing it well. There have been a lot of surveys that have come out. I mean, you can take quite a few of those. If you just Google, you'll find it. Economist, a few weeks ago, published their technology quarterly dedicated to AI. If you haven't seen it, I encourage you to see it. They talk about the realities of AI, and in particular, they also published their survey. We at Element AI have done a survey as well, and I'll quote the results from there. Only 1 in 10 companies that have embarked on some form of AI actually are seeing their AI work in production. Let that sink in. So many companies, almost every company in the world is touching AI in some form or the other, but only 10% of those have been successful in seeing their use cases work efficiently in production with AI. 52% in our survey say they are still in the experimenting or pilot phase of AI. They haven't even moved beyond that. Now, why is that? It's not because the use case was bad or that the leaders didn't know what they were talking about. Of course not. They knew exactly what they were talking about. The use cases identified were exactly the kind of use cases that AI was invented to solve. The trouble was moving something from an experiment to production, as I made the point in my point number 1 about AI solution, monitoring it in production and making sure that it doesn't trip over, that because data comes into it, by definition, 24/7, theoretically speaking, every second of every day, you could be feeding it with new data. I mean, in reality, you won't, but you can imagine that if you did, the model could be changing every second of every day. How do you physically, as a human being, monitor whether or not it is drifting? It's impossible. You need an ecosystem and a system to monitor it for you and alert you at the right time to be able to do that. So the embarking on AI journey is being done, and the trouble is coming when they're trying to move it into production. The other trouble is, where do you start on your journey? And I'll talk about that in a second again, because it's also important not just to think about where you want to end up with AI, but where you also begin. It's super critical to understand that. So point number 3 is, it's not easy to just adopt AI because you think you have everything going. So just be smart about that. So that's point number 3. And then, by the way, it's not that, if you think about green shoots in that particular environment where, AI is working, there are a couple of green shoot examples that I can give you. One is Alibaba, right? Born in retail, but they've launched a fintech arm of their organization. And that particular one is valued, and financial is valued at some $200 billion or something like that. Guess what? The Chinese government, over this pandemic, when they really wanted to administer loans given to small businesses, they turned to Ant Financial to say, can you administer those? Can you monitor those loans and how they are performing over time? And why did they do that? The Chinese government did not have the wherewithal to be able to do that, but Alibaba, with their end-to-end ecosystem and AI, were able to spin it up in no time and get to work with that. We don't have to go that far. Let's come to Canada, where the government of Canada has contracted with Amazon to manage the supply chain of their PPE, their medical equipment, during this pandemic for their transportation and logistics purposes. So Amazon was able to spin it up like that because they too have got this backbone of capability and technology along with AI to spin something up really fast. And companies like ours, like Element AI, we are very keen to level that playing field. So you too can be a green shoot. It just takes planning to say, where do we start, where do we want to end, and when we end up in production, how do we monitor that? So that spinning up and that AI platform view of the world is something that is possible and within your reach as well. You just need to find the right partner to get going with. So that was point number 3. Point number 4, and this is the one that I was alluding to earlier on, where you begin. Every AI journey is different. Let's say you and I have the same identical use case to solve. Let's even go to the extent of saying you and I are in the same industry and we are healthy competitors. It doesn't mean that the same AI solution or the same start of the journey is right for either of us. Probably you're way more sophisticated than I am. You probably have got some AI folks already. You may have launched an AI lab. A lot of companies have launched their AI labs, and you may have done it, I may not. My data may be scrambled everywhere, and your data perhaps is already coherent. In which case, where you start with becomes critical. And to understand that, therefore, before you jump in, you step back and actually have a vision for and bring together the strategy to understand what is the AI jigsaw puzzle that you're trying to solve. And then identify where in that jigsaw puzzle, where is the first piece of that puzzle that you want to move? Where do you want to start? And that depends on a lot of where you are and how you are and what is the urgency of the use case. But in all our experience with working with a whole bunch of big global companies and small, I can tell you that there's always a quick win with every company we spoke to. There's always a use case that gets you going quickly, that drives confidence in the organization, that drives the right mindset and right behavior. but that starting point is super critical, and it's important to focus on that. So the AI journeys are different. Don't try to just copy someone else's journey. Make your own journey and have a bespoke approach, even if you use off-the-shelf capabilities like the ones we provide or someone else may provide. It doesn't matter. It's like, you know, a piano. You know, a piano, we have a piano at my home. If I play, it's terrible. If my kids play, they play beautiful music because they know where to start. I have no idea where to start. And that's the point about this AI journey as well. That's point number 4. Point number 5, and finally, it's about the reality of our age of disruption. Here, I want to talk about the fact that this disruption has told us one thing, that this is going to happen again. I mean, let's talk about the second wave. Even if it doesn't happen, we workers now, we employees now have realized that actually working from remote is fine. The person that is living in some rural area far away has realized that all they now need is a broadband access to be able to order their groceries, and even if it is their local grocery store is going to deliver it to them. How do we make our employees and us as organizations become super creative to meet those challenges while not worrying about the mundane things like invoice processing example that I gave earlier? This disruption forces us to really rethink about how we are going to meet these new challenges. I mean, I was trolling on Twitter the other day, and I came across this funny question that was posed by someone, which was pretty prescient. It says, who is driving digital transformation in your company? A, CEO, B, CTO, C, COVID-19. That was a joke, but truth is, a lot of companies who said, yeah, we need to get on the digital journey, suddenly find themselves thinking, oh my goodness, we better be on that digital journey. Oh my goodness, I'm falling behind because I was not on that digital journey. And I can tell you, digital journey without appropriate AI enabling it is like having a wonderful looking car with a crappy engine inside. So you do need to think of those two things. You have no choice as a business, no matter what business you're in, to be on that digital journey. And if you're on that digital journey, you have no choice but to employ AI to make that digital journey productive and profitable for yourself, but most importantly, delightful for your customers, which is at the end of the day, what we in organizations try to do, isn't it? Delight our customers. And if AI is going to help you do that, please embrace it. That's the point number 5, but I don't want you to believe for a second or think that AI is this magical silver bullet that's going to solve everything, right? No AI could have predicted that toilet rolls are going to fly off our shelves when the pandemic hit. It was impossible to do that. It would be impossible to do that. But you know who could have predicted that? The store clerk in that store, seeing that happen after the first couple of days, knows, he sees with his own eyes or her own eyes that that particular shelf is going empty, something is happening. That dry pasta, etc., are flying off the shelves. If that signal could be given to the AI, AI could do something with it to predict how much should they be ordering next. Right? So the point is, it's not a silver bullet. You still need the humans in the loop to make this AI to be as productive as it possibly can be. So I don't want anyone to walk in blind thinking digital journeys and AI journeys. That's it, let's call Element AI and it's solved. No, you do need to call Element AI or a company like that, but you also absolutely need to know that your own employees and their understanding of the markets and their understanding of the customers and their creativity are equally critical. The good news is AI frees them up from having to do the mundane tasks of processing an invoice. Instead, this warehouse manager can now think of other ways to make sure there's cash reserves as they go forward. So those are the 5 points that I made. One is AI solutions are different. 2, AI capabilities and AI itself is still evolving, and the book hasn't been written on it yet. Most companies are still getting started, so none of you is a laggard. You still, I mean, you're there at the front line. It's just a matter of getting your heads together, but you better get going, because if nothing else, this COVID-19 has transported us way into the future, where you thought you may have had 10 years to do it. You probably have 10 months to do it, so you need to get going with that. But recognize that as you jump into that marathon race, know that it's an ongoing, continuous improvement race. There's never an end in sight. There's always a new use case to solve. There's always a new problem to solve. And there's always a new AI capability that you could adopt. So be patient and be thinking long term, but know that your AI journey is going to be very different from anyone else's. You will play that piano very differently than anybody else does, even if you're playing the same piano. And finally, AI for the new normal is a different thing. It will enable you to be successful in this new normal. And I'll leave you with a small story. And this is real. This one of our customers, is a big pharma company, and they came to us asking us to help them improve the quality control process. So as we dug deeper into the quality control process, we realized actually that the quality control process and the existing systems that they had were kind of okay. The challenge they had was that the people who were dealing with this quality control issue, and as a pharma company, they're regulated, so the things had to be documented, and approvals were sought for the fix before they could go ahead and produce the next batch of the item that was found to be defective once it was fixed. So therefore, all this information was always captured. But where was that captured, where was that document stored, etc., was tribal knowledge. It was in people's heads. As it so happened, this particular company's quality control workforce were of a certain age, and the time came when they all kind of retired, essentially. Nothing untoward. It was just retirement age came, and they all left. They took the tribal knowledge with them. So in comes a millennial replacing them, and the first question that person asks, of course, is, where's the YouTube video for figuring out what to do with this particular defect or deviation that I found? So they wanted an AI solution to see if that AI solution can go and scour this. And we built an AI solution that actually is a knowledge solution that goes to different parts of the organization and looks into different data sources and different documents, brings together structured and unstructured data, all kinds of data, to make a coherent finding of what this particular deviation for which this person is asking the question. Have you seen this deviation before or defect before? And if so, what was the resolution? It comes back with, yes, we have seen these 3 cases that are similar to this. And based on what you're describing, here is the report we recommend that you write and downstream the process. So that process went down from about a 35-day process when these smart people with tribal knowledge were on the ground to a few hours. Just imagine the productivity gains with that. I mean, forget the dollars and cents. Just that deviation management or quality control person suddenly is able to think about, I haven't seen enough defects, to maybe go to the production line and say, if you change that, perhaps we won't even see the defect. So instead of defect management, this person becomes a defect prevention expert. I'm just making that example up, but to make a point that you will unleash significant creativity with the right AI, because you have to face it. The data that you will be working with is no longer the data that you've been used to. This is data, a tweet, a social media post, a document scribbled and written up, an invoice that has come into your system that needs to be paid up right away, or your structured data that already, sales data that exists in your database. All these data have to come together, all these data have to come together for you to be able to make informed judgment in a split second. That's the new normal. And I urge you to think deep to figure out how to do that. I am here to help. We are here to help. My credentials will be shared with you by IT World, I'm sure. Please, I would love to have a conversation with you about it. Thank you for having me, and have a great rest of the conference. Thank you.
So, the big questions now around AI are best answered by people who are out in the field using it. And we're fortunate to have with us 5 leaders who are prepared to share their thoughts on what works right now and what doesn't. Ladies and gentlemen, a virtual round of applause, if you please, for SalesPoint Distinguished Engineer, Office of the CTO, Dana Reed, who will lead the panel discussion around the AI use cases you can deploy today.
I want to thank you all for joining us today. Thank you for the panelists for joining us today. My name is Dana Reed. I am based out of Denver, Colorado. I work for SailPoint Technologies, and I'm really excited to be here. So thank you for taking the time to discuss AI and the new exciting way in which we're utilizing AI in our businesses. So we're here today to explore how progressive business can leverage existing artificial intelligence and machine learning to improve their business outcomes. How can we take the repetitive grunt work away from away from people and free them up to do higher level tasks? How can we reduce operational efficiencies, and how can we improve the customer experience through better insight? I was watching the last season of The Office the other day, and Dwight was tricked by Jim into becoming his own assistant because Dwight was the only person that knew really what Dwight was thinking. And I think what we're seeing now is how AI is now becoming or developing that capability to think for us in ways and actually provide insights that we didn't even know we were thinking in the first place. And so we've got a great set of panelists here today that I want to introduce that are going to talk about how they've taken AI, brought AI onto their team, and what they're doing with it. So, I want to thank the ITWC for helping pull together this panel of experts who is using AI in the trenches. And with that, let's go ahead and get started. Here today on the panel, and I'll let you introduce yourselves and kind of how you utilize AI, but we've got Carol Wilson from the Canada Post, Tanvir Bangu from Freshie, Keith Bradley from Nature Fresh Farms, and Jean-Philippe Couture from ProContact. So I guess what I want to start with, I'll start with you, Carol. Can you just please introduce yourself and share me a little bit more, or share with the team, the panel, a little bit more about what you do and how you're currently using AI at Canada Post?
Sure. So I am the Director of Advanced Analytics within the Business Intelligence and Analytics team, which is even larger. But my team is 7 data scientists. And what we do is we use machine learning and cloud computing to try and help the business understand the business. So we're not involved with the day-to-day operations of trying to get the mail out, get parcels delivered. We take all the data that comes in from all the scans that we do, millions of scans every day, and we look at it to try and understand how the business is going, what customers are increasing, decreasing, where we can get more efficient. And the machine learning that we're interested in doing is really just the advanced stats we all did for years, regressions, decision trees and everything, but we're taking it up a level so that instead of just a single decision tree, we're running thousands of decision trees and calling it a random forest. And the computer is helping us do that.
Great. Thank you very much. I'll pass it over to Tanvir from Freshie. If you could just introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about how you use AI at Freshie.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dana. I'm currently the Vice President of Technology of Freshie, and some of the really easy and some of the infant ways that we are introducing AI into some of our products today, and it's still just in very early stages, is around understanding customer data, right? It's obviously around, who is our customer, what are they spending on, and then really enhancing that and doing better marketing and better campaigning around the different segmentation of customers that you would first have to have somebody sit there manually segment personalized campaigns on. So AI is going to allow a lot of the companies to better segment the data, better personalize the data, and as a whole, just make all the entire consumer experience a lot more easier and cleaner, and also a bit more accurate as well from a customer perspective.
Great, thank you. I'll pass it over to Keith Bradley from Nature Fresh. Can you talk a little bit about how you utilize AI within? I love your background, by the way. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you utilize AI in your business?
Yeah, thanks there. That actually is a picture of one of our greenhouses from back. That was from early spring here now. So that is what our greenhouses look like. I am the Director of Information Technology at Nature Fresh Farms. Again, we're just really starting to experiment, starting to see what we can do with AI. Right now, one of the projects we are working with is actually being able to detect the bugs that are within the greenhouse. So we're not using AI to look for bugs, but more looking at AI to interpret how the plant's reacting to find the bugs and tell us what's there.
Interesting. Yeah, that's very cool. All right, I'll pass over to Jean-Philippe from Pro Contact. If you could just go ahead and introduce yourself, it'd be great.
Yeah, nice to be with all of you today. So Jean-Philippe Couture, I'm Vice President of Innovation and Strategic Products for ProContact. ProContact has been a VAR. We've been in the market for about 30 years now. So many people don't really know us because we're only based out of Quebec City, Canada. What we do is that we are integrators and resellers. So the way we use AI is that we actually make sure our customers are doing the right choices in the system they're implementing in their company.
So I guess for those that are watching this today, essentially what we're going to be doing is talking about how do you use AI to grow a better green pepper, deliver that green pepper better, and then figure out how to sell that green pepper to more people. And then how do you identify what are the AI solutions that are most suitable for each of those pieces of the puzzle. So Carol, I'm going to start with you at the Canada Post, and I'll go to Tanvir and Keith next, but what advice do you have around how an organization should identify the use case in which they want to use AI and the outcomes in which you're looking for, et cetera?
Who we work with closely is a group of consultants who work with the business at a more ground level and understand the business. And then they come to us and say, okay, we've got this project. We need a data scientist to help us with the heavy lifting of the analysis. And one thing that we contribute is we try and determine if their business problem is even valid for a machine learning solution. Because often with buzzwords like machine learning or I want to do a random forest, they may want to do one, but they don't have the right basis to actually get one done. Or there's a much simpler solution. So that's really where our struggle is. We have to find the right fit between what question they want answered and what is the simplest, efficient solution that we can give them.
Keith, I'm going to pass the question over to you, but I think to piggyback of Carol's response, when you're applying AI to the work that you do, I mean, is it viewed as a pretty big stick? I mean, is it viewed as a necessity to the business, or is there somewhat of kind of can we fit AI into this problem?
So we've really learned that we have to keep it simple at first, let the AI learn, make sure that the AI is going to get the results that we're expecting it to give, that the seasoned growers, like our data scientists that we call our growers basically, are going to expect from that and to grow from that. Anytime that we failed with our AI, when we tried to leap forward and jump frog ahead before we actually had that base point to start from.
Interesting. So Tanvir, I'm going to transition to you now. I want to ask you, you're coming from this from a very different perspective because you're looking at how do I use AI to sell my goods better and to increase my overall check, et cetera. So, data analysis obviously is very tightly linked to AI as well. What's been your I guess, first of all, what are the, how did you better identify the use cases? But then how do you identify what data becomes important to provide actionable insights and to filter through the noise of people's behavior?
Absolutely. It's a great question there. The first part is that I think, I just want to say, there's so many businesses out there that have been saying data is oil, data is the best thing ever happened. I want all the data, go to data driven, right? But 80% of these companies, when they have the data, they cannot action the data to drive results because most of the data that you see is actually noise, right? So what we do, and what I always tell everyone, whether in the company or in the industry, is start understanding what is the objective that you are trying to solve for. If you're trying to improve your check size there, it becomes really simple. You want to look at what is the check size today, what is the check size you want to go after tomorrow, and what kinds of data should you be feeding the algorithms initially. And the one thing I want to add to that is you actually want to have at least 6 months of data before you can start to action those items as well, because a lot of people are like, well, here's a month of data from a couple of locations, but go run this algorithm. You can't do that. So it's almost a framework you have to first build and really stay true to the initial use case and don't bite at the shiny object.
Jean-Philippe, I'll go ahead and I want to get you in the conversation here. You know, when as a value-added provider, you know, what is your messaging to clients when you start, promoting AI tools and things in their business? I think a lot of times company culture sees AI as a threat. You know, what advice do you have to organizations as to, you know, how to engage them and make people feel comfortable about taking on essentially products with superhuman powers?
Yeah, absolutely. So, and this is an interesting question, Dana, because our customers mostly, they think that AI is there actually to kill jobs, right, and to replace human. It's not the case. Now, the way we see it is that, of course, there will be a need for change management, but there's also a need for education, and there's a need for talent to learn how to use AI-infused systems to replace the work that they've been doing for years, but that they don't really like to. I mean, most of the data clerks kind of want to move forward and do some other stuff as well. So if you replace some of the systems that you're using now with AI, you might actually find that your workforce will be really happy having the chance to use that kind of system to replace the redundant work that they're doing, and that in fact they'll find themselves probably really happy having the opportunity to do some other work at your company. So you can begin with a small pilot group. Let's say with a few people, let's say with 5 or 10 or small teams that's going to start using AI in their day-to-day job. And that's probably people who are brought more easily into innovation. Some people that are dreaming about the innovation and they want to move forward with the company. So you start with these people, and then it'll simply multiply around the company, and the impacts are going to be greater and greater and greater. And when you do that correctly, you won't have any pushbacks from the teams that are being asked to use AI. They'll find themselves probably empowered by the use of AI in their day-to-day work.
So Tanvir, I'll transition to you on this question. You're taking user behavior and trying to create insights out of it that you can then sell more product. One of the issues I think we see is that, you know, everyone has their own app. They have all these online things. How do you know, I think the question really is, how do you drive adoption of these technologies? That, you know, obviously at Freshii, you're investing a lot of money in these technologies, but how do you get people to actually, the consumer, to actually adopt it and use it? And are you finding that the success rate of what your insights are is actually working?
I think the industry is at a turning point that unless you evolve, the brands will be left behind. So unless you are actually doing all the things you can to digitally transform your business, you're going to be left behind. One of those things is, you know, having an amazing customer experience that allows the customer to have the frictionless journey, whether it's in store, whether it's online, right? You have an expectation to always have this amazing service. Similarly, there are brands and their consumers expectations are rising because there's some brands that have elevated their service. And unless the brands are changing their offering to meet the consumer demand, other brands that don't do that are going to be left behind. So on that note, it's all about how do you now cater to the consumer needs, whether it's through technology or a subset of technology, which is AI. And really, because it's the consumer experience that is either served through a website, an app, or voice technology, the AI is actually behind the scenes. So the consumer doesn't really get to interface with the AI. This for them is just an experience with a brand, right? So it's a lot easier to have these things be rolled out in a brand perspective. A simple example I'll share as well is if you go, there are some technologies now and some brands, you know, and then we're going to start experimenting ourselves. Is if you ever go to a cashier or even a drive-through, you can perhaps order your food in the speaker box, and you won't see who's behind the counter. It's actually AI. It's because you've trained that voice, that computer, enough to know what kind of order to have, how to upsell you, etc. From a consumer's perspective, it doesn't matter because you think it's a human. But from a restaurant perspective, you actually are now going to shift that person who used to be there to now instead go and make more food because you're getting better people and you're selling more food.
Carol, I'll go back to you on this one to kind of piggyback off a lot of these answers. And when you look at the Post as well as your former casino experience, can you talk about the data bias problem and how did you find new types of people that the human being didn't want to recognize were actually there? Do you find new paths of delivery, et cetera, or insights inside of the Canada Post that the human being doesn't want to acknowledge what the data is talking about?
Yeah, because one of the challenges I've had going into a lot of the new companies that I go into, and I come in and say, oh, Carol's with advanced analytics and she's going to do all this, getting them to trust the data that I do, because they've been in the business. Like when I worked in the casino industry, they had been in the business for 20 years. They felt they knew their players. So when I come in and I do a player segmentation with all the fancy stats behind it, and I show them, these are your 5 segments, they look at a couple of the segments and they go, those people don't exist. They're not in the casino. I've never seen them. Of course, my inside voice is saying, well, that's because you're walking the casinos on a Tuesday afternoon for work and these people are there on a Friday night, right? Like the best way I can convince them that the data is showing them what is really there is if most of it does feel right. So I love it when we do this data driven, totally from the data without any experience in the industry, and presenting that and having the audience who has a lot of experience in that industry going, yes, I see those people. I know. And then they're able to, when you tell them there's this other group that maybe you don't recognize, they're also there. The data is saying they're there. So let's go out and see if we can find those people. So it's really good. I'm not going to say that I don't want those people that are going by their guts to talk to me about the data. We need to come to an understanding where we're both happy. We believe we're being driven by the data, but we're also being driven by what makes common sense.
Yeah, you bring up a really an interesting point about almost the human component of the application of AI, right? And I would agree with you that sometimes when you see the answer, it just feels right? When you look at, I know there was an old thing around Netflix where the problem with Netflix initially is that people would actually write down what they thought they wanted to watch, right? And the reality is you wrote down things that made you look smart. It wasn't what you really wanted to watch. It was only until AI was used where they realized that you say you want to watch the history of World War II. You really want to watch The Office, right? And so they actually kind of
when I'm on a plane and I'm trying to pick a movie, I always want to pick one that's really intelligent because people can see what I'm watching. But if it was totally up to me, I'd watch some rom-com, you know?
Yes, exactly. It's like Google being like, did you mean? Did you mean The Office? Yeah, exactly. But it brings up a good point about the human component and the talent component of who do you employ to solve these problems? And I guess, Jean-Philippe, I'll pass this back to you, but when you go into a lot of organizations and what is the recommendation around the human component? Is this a retooling of existing users? Is this, are people open to new ideas? Is it getting a small set of users in to kind of help retrain the masses? Or is it a rip and replace of the old guard with a new AI forward guard?
Yeah, well, so first of all, I don't think that replacing people will be the right way to go, right? And the reason is simple, is because AI is so new and there's such a shortage in IT talent out there. The real recommendation is identify correctly the talent, identify the people who will be pushing back, who are from day one might be seen as detractor, people who don't want to jump in the train and don't want to infuse AI inside your company. Once you've done that, well, just convince them. It seems simple. I mean, it's not, right? You've got to do things in a sequence. So bring them on board. Tell them what you're going to do, what you're trying to accomplish. Tell them that their opinion is important. And then tell them about what kind of skill set will be needed from these people instead of just trying to tell them and then just wait for results. We're always about what do you have at hand right now and what's the first project that you could implement, and start small. And if you gotta fail fast, learn why and do it again. That's what we would strongly recommend.
Great. Thank you. And that's kind of parlays into the final question. The final question is going to be for all of you, but because I think we're running out of time at this point. But the question is, what's based off your experience and your viewpoint and how you've used AI, if you had one piece of advice, what would it be?
The best advice I can always get is, again, finding the right team to start with, that core team of about 3 to 5 users that are gonna accept it and want to move forward with it, and willing to not look at the first step as a failure if it doesn't result in what they want, but as a how to improve it and how do we make it work right for us.
So it's almost like it's not that the technology doesn't work, it's that the technology doesn't work yet, right?
Yeah.
It's what you need people to think. Tanvir, what about you?
The one piece of advice that if somebody asks me, what do I need to do for AI to be successful in my company? I always go back to company culture. And what I mean by company culture is you need to be able to understand, what does your culture need to shift? What do you need for the culture to shift from here that you don't have AI to successfully using AI and all the stuff in the middle?
So really just make the bet and go all in, really.
Absolutely.
Carol, finally, we'll stop with you. What is your piece of advice that you've learned from all of these different experiences?
My piece of advice would be, don't lead with, we're going to do AI or we're going to do machine learning, because that can be scary. People go, well, I don't understand that. Because, before I got into it, I'm thinking, oh, well, that's something I could never understand. But then what I realized as I started doing it was, it's based on the same statistics that I took in university. It's based on that. It's just supercharged. So now I tell people, we're just doing analysis like we've always done, but instead of doing it with a couple of thousand records, we can do it with billions of records, which makes it a lot more stable, and we can find patterns that we couldn't see before because we didn't have the sensitivity to be able to do that. We didn't have the computer power. So all these things that we're doing now are not mystical. They're not magical and something that an average person can't understand.
So validate the AI by showing the results, right?
Make it less scary. It's not such a big leap.
Yeah, it's just a tool. It's just one more tool in your toolbox. So, well, good. I think that wraps up the panel for today. Thank you all for taking the time out of your day to join us. We really do appreciate it. And with that, we'll go back to you, Jim.
Hi there, I'm back. And it's quiz time. Just like yesterday, we got 5 quick questions for you. And for those of you who weren't here yesterday, shame on you, first of all, but participating in this quiz is easy. Question will appear on the right-hand side of the screen, just below the window where I am right now. Now, if you're in full screen mode, not going to work for you. So get out of full screen mode, and you'll see that the quiz will appear on the right-hand side of the screen, just below the window where I am now. Now, choose the answer you think is correct, and then you can compare your responses against everyone in the audience as they appear live. We're going to go with the first question now. Okay. The question is, a cookie policy notification may appear, oh, sorry, that's not the question, that's me. A cookie policy notification may appear in advance of the first question. Accept it and it will not appear. Today's questions are, of course, about AI. So ready? Let's begin. So our first question is, in the 2019 CIO census, what percentage of CIOs said that their implementing AI had met or exceeded their expectations? Was it 12%, 23%, 48%, or the data was inconclusive? Okay, the answers are coming in. The answer is, of course, but the answer is 12%. 12% of Canadian CIOs said that implementing AI had met or exceeded their expectations. Pretty low number. Got to move up on that one. You ready for another question? Here's question 2. According to a Deloitte report, how many Canadians feel they can explain what AI is and how it works? Is it 1%? Is it 4%? Is it 21%? Or 98% said it's good at playing chess? And the answer is, how many Canadians feel they can explain what AI is and how it works? 4%. Ready for another? Question 3. We're going to do question 3. What is the top AI trend for 2020 that's identified by Forbes magazine. The top AI trend for 2020 identified by Forbes magazine. Was it more AI will be taking place on edge devices? Is it AI will increasingly be used to create films and music? Is it AI will increasingly be used to automate repetitive work tasks? Or D, my favorite, AI will finally find Waldo. Oh, please yeah, I've got the answer here. And the actual answer is that automate repetitive tasks, C. Items A and B were the top 10 list in Forbes trends, but C was definitely number 1. Okay, you're doing well. You ready for another? Question 4. Here's our next question. Which one of these is not, and the answer is not, a barrier to AI adoption in Canada as identified in a Deloitte report? A, you're afraid that it will replace human intelligence. B, you can't use something you don't understand. C, you won't use something you don't trust. Or D, you can't scale it if you don't know how. So which one of these is not a barrier? And the answer is A. Fear of AI replacing human intelligence was not a barrier identified by Deloitte. Okay, so last question, one more. Last question now. What percentage of artificial intelligence researchers in Canada are women, according to the latest AI Global Talent Report? Is it 5%? Is it 14% B? Is it 25% C? Or is it 51% D? Okay, and if your answer was B, 14%, give yourself a round of applause in there. And you've done a great job. So how many did you get right? I'd be interested. Catch me up at the hashtag DT Awards, and let me know how you did on this. And we'll be talking through the whole day on social media. Now, today we have 2 awards to hand out. One for artificial intelligence fueled transformation, and the other for large public sector. Now, here to present the first of those awards is Steve Proctor, IT World Canada's VP of Marketing and Communication. Bring it on, Steve.
Jim, I'm pleased to be presenting the first award this afternoon, and most appropriately for the day, the award recognizing AI transformation. As we've heard, AI and deep learning are quietly showing up in a wide swath of industries with impacts ranging from improved effectiveness and efficiency to complete disruption of delivery models. Whether it will power a revolution that will be as impactful as the development of the internet remains to be seen. But with our nominations for this DX award, they foreshadow some of the ways we will see it expanding. AI was used quite differently by each of our 3 finalists. CIMAC Group of BC used AI to transform their small online furniture store into a fully managed digital supply chain platform. Meta Optica Technology used AI to increase the diagnostic accuracy for finding melanoma in a dermatological setting. And TELUS used AI to power internal support assistants and customer-facing virtual assistants that engaged in more than 4.6 million conversations in 2019. Based on the nominations provided by the finalists, the winner of the 2020 award for AI-fueled transformation is TELUS. Let's watch the ITWC video detailing their story.
As one of Canada's biggest mobile carriers, TELUS connects millions of Canadians from coast to coast. Its wireless network is consistently considered to be the fastest year over year. As it gained more clients, however, TELUS needed to digitally transform its support infrastructure to improve service quality. The carrier embarked on a multi-year journey to improve its customer support infrastructure, the natural complement to the wireless performance that drives customer satisfaction.
Our culture has always been customers first. And how do we save our customers time and effort in getting the answers that they need? How do we get them through quickly? How do we get them, get the answers that they need, whether that's proactive communications or if they need to call, how do we give that experience? And so culture inside TELUS has always been very great when it comes to digital and online services. And I think what's really allowed us to exceed the benefits that we have in our chatbots and our as well as our RPA bots is the acceptance from top down that we are on a journey, and we're going to have some bumps along the road. We're going to have some learning to do as we kind of go through, but we all agree on the strategy. We all agree and support the vision. And really that vision is around making it easy for our customers, giving them the channels of choice, allow them to choose what channel is best for them, and making sure that the online experience is a great one.
We've actually seen an increase in not only customer satisfaction, but also employee satisfaction. As you think about some of the bots that are deployed, in the case of TELUS and customer facing, but in the case of other customers, employee facing as well. So being able to provide those answers to internal questions or internal challenges, and in the case of COVID, where many of our employees actually have gone home to work, these digital solutions and bots actually encourage them to engage in different ways, which actually has not only helped, but increased employee engagement during these times.
No one could have predicted the potential impact of the COVID-19 pandemic when it first began. But one thing everyone agrees upon is that it ground the world to a standstill. With the ubiquitous social distancing and isolation changes, the pandemic has also pushed people's mindset towards thinking more digitally, and TELUS saw this as an opportunity to double down its efforts to help its customers stay connected.
That's one of the challenges that we have, is how do we change our customer culture to accept going online first versus picking up the phone and calling us. And so I think COVID has really given us the opportunity to fast track the entire globe in this way, and allowed us and gives us a very unique opportunity to take advantage of that. And the challenge with that is we now have first time people coming into our bots or coming into leveraging an AI solution. And the first impression is the most important impression. Work that we've done over the last 2 or 3 years, we've set ourselves up for success. It's not perfect. There's still enhancements. There's still always ongoing personalization and making it more intelligent. But we were ahead of the game a bit, and our customers now who are trying it for the first time, I think are falling in love with it. We've seen a lot of great customer verbatim that this was so much easier than calling in. So on behalf of TELUS, our intelligent digital experience, our internal partners, TELUS, our external partners such as Zeta Support, TELUS International, and Contact Engine, thank you to the ITWC committee on awarding TELUS with the 2020 Digital Transformation Award. I think we're only getting started, and hope to see you back in future years with other awards, acceptance speeches as we go forward. But wanted to thank the entire committee and thank the team for making it work and making it reality. Jim, over to you. Any top ups from a partner perspective?
Just really appreciated the opportunity to work with TELUS, so thank you, and thanks to the team. It's well deserved on your part.
Once again, we want to congratulate TELUS for winning the AI Fueled Award in this year's Digital Transformation Awards.
Thanks a lot, Steve, and congratulations, TELUS. Now, here to present the Large Public Sector Digital Transformation Award for 2020 is Jeremy Ehrlich, VP of Sales from Compugen.
Congratulations, TELUS. My name is Jeremy Ehrlich, and I'm the Vice President of Sales for Central and East for Compugen. Compugen is a leading IT solutions provider in Canada focused on innovative solutions that help transform organizations to deliver better experiences and achieve their business outcomes. I'm happy to present the Digital Transformation Award in the small private sector category. Small and medium-sized businesses are the lifeblood of the Canadian economy. They often operate on a shoestring, but they generate the employment and the economic activity that keeps the country moving. When they are really successful, it's usually because of a combination of passion, a commitment to their customers, and a rich understanding of whatever market they're working in. According to the nominations received, digital transformation can help bolster and grow all three of those drivers. How do I know that? The award submissions outlining various companies' digital transformation efforts are filled with optimistic phrases like, "It allowed us to take charge of our own destiny," "We are leaner and more agile," and "Our employee attrition rate dropped to nearly zero after years with huge turnover." These are the words of companies that see a future that's being spurred by the intelligent use of technology, and not just in a niche part of our economy. Our finalists come from the financial sector, the automotive sector, private sector healthcare, residential development, and supply chain management. Our finalists in the category are Smart One Technologies, Dealer FX, Field Safe Solutions, Westoba Credit Union, Agnovis Healthcare, and Cymax Group. It's my pleasure to announce the winner, which is a company that has been working for 15 years to push smart community from concept to reality. So, Smart One Technologies. Let's roll the video and see their story.
Since teaming up with the South Korean tech company Comax in 2018, Smart One Solutions has been laying the foundation for a thriving smart community market in Canada. But that smart community strategy developed over 15 years through trial and error and numerous strategic partnerships to finally get to where it is now, says Smart One President Ted Malucci.
What we do that's different is we take hundreds or thousands of smart homes, we connect them together onto a common network, and we now create a smart community. I always say this is really like a metaphor to the smart city. So everybody hears about smart cities and all the cool things that everyone's going to do in smart cities, but few talk about the strategy, and that's where this comes into play, where we have a physical network that connects all the homes and connects the homes to different assets in the communities like parking controllers, package systems, and then there's a common software platform that connects everyone together. So now someone's at the front door, you can see it on your phone. You can program your energy, you can book a party room. Your friends visiting, you can punch in their license plate and they can park. You get a package and you receive a notice on your phone.
Development company Tridell's 10 York condo tower development in downtown Toronto features Smart One Solutions technology. The building has been humming since 2018 when it opened, and Malucci, who also sits on the condo's board of directors, is always getting feedback about the building. He says he can't wait to see the smart community business continue to grow in the coming years.
We don't want to do everything. We don't expect to do everything. But if there's a company that has expertise in a particular area, we're happy to bring them with us. And a lot of times the staff hear me say that we're having a big party. The more people that come, the more fun it will be. And it's true, is that as we add more pieces, when we bring a parking system into our solution or a package system, each of those other systems could be sold independently, but when they're brought together, you can see that we create greater power. We create a more enriched experience. And really, that's what this is all about. It is a movement of using technology through a platform to enhance living. I would like to thank IT World Canada and the entire team at Smart One for the honor and privilege of this award. It's been an incredible journey. I wish I could name every single person on this team. Jason, one of our co-founders, Brad and Leslie, and the entire team. It's been amazing to see what's been created. And the reason for it is that there's a group of people here who work with their whole heart and intention. You know, a lot of times I reflect on the fact that the people that come here aren't doing this because this is a job. They're not doing this because there's a paycheck. They're doing this because they want to create something that's different. And when you see a team of people come around a mission and a purpose like this, to use technology to enhance living, you can see what a difference it makes. And it's just inspiring the way that everybody here works together.
Congratulations once again to Smart One Solutions for winning this year's Digital Transformation Award in the Small Private Sector category.
So, before we wrap up day 2 of our Digital Transformation Week, I'd like to first congratulate the award winners. Considering the strength of the nominees overall, you should feel very proud of what you've achieved. I also want to thank our Digital Transformation judges, who you can see on the platform, and thank you to those judges for the amazing amount of work they put into this. And thank you to our sponsors, ServiceNow, Compugen, CyberArk, SailPoint, and OutSystems. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you for once again taking the time to join us. I trust that, like me, you'll have found today to be time well spent. Tomorrow, our focus will shift to security and emerging tech. And considering the madness of the past few months, this is a topic I know will be particularly interesting. All right, that's it for me. And before you head back to finish your day, why don't you stop by at the SailPoint post-conference breakout room for a discussion on how AI is being used to better enforce the rules of privilege. I'll be there and love to see you. For everybody else, I'll see you tomorrow.